Dando sequência ainda agora, gostaria de convidar o Décio Coraça, da Siena.
I'd now like to invite Décio Coraça, who will present What's Next for Optical. Décio, please, you should remember that this is a silent presentation, so please put on your headphones. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here in this event. In fact, it's an honor to be in this event. I'm Décio Coraça. I'm responsible for hypervenda engineering in Siena, Brazil, the South Cone. And today I'll be discussing a topic that's highly relevant and involves the evolution of optical technology. And it's so relevant to our market segment in this community. I'd like to start by discussing about optic technology in general. And I'd like to stress that there's a wide diversity of technologies and themes in optic technology, especially when it comes to performance, operations, and planning. We talk about transponders, transceivers, signal noise ratio modulation, planning of channels, etc., etc. These are highly relevant topics. And this leads us to conclude that this is not about basic methodology, technology, or mathematics, although this is about the broadcasting of a digital signal. It is analog, and we need to take that into account. So when we talk about coherent optical technology, as this is really important, coherent optical technology is important for all network segments. It started to be developed more widely, disseminated for long-distance applications, of course, and then in submarine applications, and then it was also widely applied in metropolitan applications going toward the wedge of the network. It's also very relevant for interconnection solutions for data centers, as data centers became increasingly more relevant when it comes to planning. And this technology, optic technology, keeps getting increasingly more relevant for access networks and also for the edge networks as we build access infrastructures too. Another important aspect for each of these aspects, there are specific requirements. Although coherent technology, coherent optic can be used and applied to all these segments, it's undoubtful that each segment has specific requirements, and these specific requirements might be related to comprehending a dynamic range of reception or features that need to be, for example, for extended and temperature requirements or environments that require protection, restoration. So when you talk about longer distance applications, then you find requirements that are even more stringent and or specific regarding dispersion, use of L-band, and other very relevant techniques. It's also clear that the development of technology is, the idea is to make technology coherent and feasible for each of these segments. For this reason, today, what we already have are available in the market are solutions that try to get more bits per wavelength, a higher gigabaud rate, more bits per symbol, And also less electronics, right? A better energy consumption, less footprint, reduced footprint. And to reach these goals for each application, we have two major families of coherent solutions that are currently available in the market. One for performance or spectrum optimization, and the other one for footprint or the space that you take, that you occupy. So for the first, signal shaping or PCS, FDM technologies, and other adjustment about gigabode or FEX, FEC's throughput optimized FEX, and also very rich metrics, a wealth of metrics and provisioning parameters that are inherent to this technology as it evolves. And also use components of 7 nanometers. When you talk about coherent technologies for services, low consumption, low footprint, this is about coherent technologies that may be plugged in, and that we use 7 nanometers. The idea is also to get more interoperability, lower energy consumption, and a reduced footprint. This technology evolution is still on. We see this evolution moving on, in that we get more performance, greater adaptability to network conditions using these components that are based on 3 nanometers. And this evolution continues on both product lines or both technology lines that we see with 7 nanometer technologies. Historically, coherent technology in about 2017, with the first modems that had 400 gigabits per second per wavelength, when they were launched, this technology, the idea was to meet the needs of 2 applications: long distance, submarine or subsea, and also regional or subspan or multi-span meter and regional, up to 400 gigabits per second. After 2020, use of these technologies, 7 nanometers, then the 2 major lines kept evolving. So one for performance, as I mentioned previously, and another one focusing on low energy consumption services, and also for pluggable technology. Now for 400 gigabits per second, 400R, 400R plus, and proprietary transmission or broadcasting modes that also met these requirements. And this evolution, it continues. In 2024, we're expecting to have components based on 3 nanometers. This is the new technology. So we were expecting modems of 1.6 terabits per second and pluggable for so we meet 800 gigabits per second. As a result, we can have coherent optic technology applied to different wide range of applications, including access, metro DCI, metro regional applications, long haul applications. One thing I'd like to stress is that we will be able to get this technology either embedded in a pluggable or a transponder. It'll be part, or it will be able to share the same network segments, and that's a great benefit when you're planning and when you use this technology. because as a result, we'll have an optimal combination and in total cost of ownership, TCO, it'll be much more intelligent and we'll get a much better TCO than we've had before. Right, so as we see the evolution of standards like coherent pluggable transceivers, how have they evolved? I won't go into details, but when you consider OIF 400ZR, these specs are evolving to 800ZR for 51.2 tera switches. We also see 400ZR plus technology based on MSA or the ITU-T and Open ROADM, and they're evolving or even converging to B400 GITU-T Open ROADM to support the major applications. The first 800 giga, the second 800 internet, right? The second 800 giga ODM for metro applications based on our ROADM networks, and finally long haul applications that will use this between 4 to 600 giga. And then transmission modes or proprietary transmission modes or high performance transmission. So it will go from 400 to 800 giga. As a result, we'll be able to use coherent optic technology based on pluggable or metro applications in that we get fiber optic convergence. That's what we've seen taking place in the market as optic technology evolves. Now, this chart consolidates this evolution. So the gray part shows the technologies 400ZR applied to single span network conditions, then 400ZR plus for metropolitan applications, and 400 giga high performance for regional applications. We also have 400 giga for launch powers of 0 DDM or above, and as a result, providing the possibility of having shared apps in DWM networks that are higher performance networks. And we see these technologies evolving. Now, the red part shows the new generation of coherent pluggables that will support between 118 or 180 gigabaud or 400ZR, as I mentioned, and 400R plus evolving to 800 giga based on ITU-T, and 400 giga high performance. It will evolve. That's what we call 800 giga high performance, or even 400 long haul or 600 long haul. That's how we see the evolution of coherent optic technology embedded and pluggables for the next generation of pluggables. So we have some considerations, some remarks to make with regard to the same points that I brought up at the beginning. So consumer models and what needs to be taken into account when you have such an important possibility of using coherent optic technology in different segments and applications, or by sharing different network segments. The traditional consumption models a transponder using a photonic layer, an open line system, or pluggables, coherent pluggables that will use a host and a router, or even a specific LED to be able to host these coherent pluggables, and also use a photonic layer in an OpenAI system. There are many things that spring to mind, and they're very important and relevant when we start planning networks from now on. How do you manage this ecosystem? How do we maintain different vendors in this context? So we'll have different pluggable vendors sharing the same host and router. So how can we evaluate the performance of DWEM systems, and how do we make routers to use the best possible throughput rate? What are the implications for the AI system and also for different technological, different generations of coherent optic technology? My goal is how can we get the best cost per bit ratio in under such conditions? These are very relevant points to consider. Now, if you try to answer these questions, you can start discussing interoperability in an open system. So there are four major issues I'd like to discuss on this slide. First, domain controller interoperability. A hierarchical controller, we should notice the need for interoperability that can be supported by an open interface between a network controller, a hierarchical controller, and a host, a pluggable, coherent, pluggable. So if we have capacities in programming for this to achieve this end, we can monitor that context. And I'll discuss this in the subsequent slides. Now, the second point is host to plug or pluggable interoperability. So we've discussed CMIS specs, and this is important because it makes sure that we have effective conditions of choosing the pluggable that best suits my use conditions. So as long as that host can obtain and use the functionalities that are available by that pluggable using open network and through the CMIS standard. Number three, photonic, the optic system and the pluggable line. So we should understand now the implications of having different technological generation, different coherent optic technology on the same system, the same DWVM. And number four, interoperability. Now on the line side, level, so that pluggables are now using standard transmission modes. So you make sure that they use standard modules and then they can provide the right interoperability level. As for interoperability between the host and the pluggable, we have a great opportunity now. We can choose the pluggable according to the performance level that we need, that we wish to have for that particular component. And that interoperability between a pluggable and the host, it was achieved through CMIS specification, which is very important in this respect.
Otherwise, we will never be able to reach the freedom to choose the best host to plug with the higher interoperability. And second, it has to do with domain controller interoperability. And how can we now manage this plug within a multi-layer interoperability context? All of that should be taken into account throughout open interfaces between the host to be plugged and the domain controller. There are several forums in the industry and projects underway to improve over today's abilities to manage and advance coherent pluggable solutions. How about CMIS interface? What is that? That is a specification of the plug. Pluggable should be manageable, acknowledgeable, and to allow access to all data mapping for the pluggable. It can be a pluggable from any vendor as long as they follow the CMIS standard. All specs, all characteristics available by the pluggable could be available to the host. With that, the host will make the best use of all the abilities by the pluggable. CMIS is an extension of the CMIS spec to use coherent pluggables. What have we seen lately? We have seen the adoption of the CMIS spec broadly. As to the mode of transmission, 400 DR 400 plus, with a huge support to those two modes of transmissions. Different hosts with whom we have been working with. From proprietary modules, there is a way to be followed, so hosts can indeed implement the CMIS as it is available to be implemented. The host needs to implement the standard CMIS to allocate access to all modules of transmission available by a pluggable. As important as considering the whole interoperability and multi-vendors, we have to get a holistic information model which is needed for multi-layer management based on pluggables. We have zero services layers, photonic services, Ethernet services, layer 2 and 3 services. We have indeed to understand what would be the best correlation between those entities to build up a disaggregated solution. How can we be able to understand all the concepts? We are going to have multi-gen technologies at the photonic layer, sharing the same transmission means, WDN. Are there solutions? Yes, there are. Today we have a comprehensive toolkit to help us to understand all the issues. And there are different aspects regarding the implementation. The power spectral density, PSD. This is a way to understand larger and smaller channels sharing the same transmission open line system. I don't want to get into equations, but what is PSD? PSD is a power measured in a specified frequency range, typically 12.5 gigahertz, and the channel power, what's that? Is the optical power integrated over the entire channel bandwidth. PSD is the main response to interoperability or sharing multiple coherent technologies. And to illustrate, to a same power, I will have a lower PSD. And for a same PSD with broader channels, I will have a higher channel power. What is then the best range, operating range, better saying? If I have a 400 giga existing generations, 800 giga existing generation, 6 tera, we are able to share, that means with 400 DR, 400 of 0 dBn, high power, 4 dBn. We have to find the best operational range. So all technologies, they may share the same means, and to find the best common PSD among them. Really high PSDs, they are gonna lead to crosstalks, and very low PSDs, they will lead to a reduction in the signal to noise ratio. So it's good to find the best operational range with best generations of technologies. This is relevant. So I'd like to close my presentation with some takeaways. Planning. Plan twice, execute once. Pluggable bases, which will share the same WDN with different coherent generations. Planning so we can execute just once and not hinder the existing channels. We have to find a match, a better alignment between the multiple generations within the existing optical line systems, as our main goal is throughout the availability of coherent pluggables, we are directly related to its achievable performance, which is directly proportional to economics. Therefore, all these themes, they are interrelated somehow. And if I get an integration, a clear and important among multiple vendors based on the open concept, looking for optical conversion. And as to management, we have to understand this correlation, the multi-layer correlation, which is very relevant after all. Coherent optical technologies based on pluggables, they are feasible for long distance apps, regional apps, metropolitan apps, in addition to access in the network edge, but that will share that with prior generations, different coherent generations with different vendors that will be part of that same means. So a multi-layer management and understanding that integration as how the layers are one correlated to another from layer 0 to the higher network, IP networks, and how they are correlated and how we are able to assess performance, availability, capacity. And last, the new generations, they have a much broader range for application. So I guess that this is very important to our community. Well, that's it. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and I'll be available.
Coloca o fone, por favor. Tá ouvindo? Sim? Tem uma pergunta que veio pelo chat do YouTube, do Flávio Lotti.
We have a question from YouTube. With the interoperability stands, how about what? Lambda Allen. I think that's what he said. I couldn't get. Lambda Allen. This is one of the apps. On a disaggregation context, as we can see, we might have a wavelength being generated by transponders, optical pluggables by different vendors, but is still sharing the same WDM system. An open line system is sharing different lambdas. Each one of the wavelengths, they are lambdas Allen sharing the same system. So the openness context, where we allow the management of each one of the technologies on an open context, is key. And that goes back to first understanding the correlation between layers and services of the pluggable or the DWDM, and how we can from now on understand the performance of the DWDM in a open system. And we may manage all of them as Lambda. Thank you for your presentation, Décio. Big round of applause. Right now, we are going to have a panel addressing TVWS, conclusion of the project TVW Space.
Põe minha apresentação, depois o note. Tá bom. Ele vai conectar o note dele. Deixa eu te ajudar. Cada adaptador, certo? Aqui eu tenho um HDMI.
Pessoal, boa tarde. Eu sou Gilberto Sorello.
Good afternoon. I am Gilberto Sorello, and I'm here to talk about this new project, TVWS. Thanks to NIC, we have the opportunity to introduce the conclusion phase of our first phase of the proof of concept of this project. I also like to thank you all for the opportunity to change the schedule here. There was a problem with Professor Luciano, who couldn't make this morning. That's why we had switched this presentation for the afternoon session. So I will start and then I hand over to my dear friends. So let's introduce the project and some developments. This project is a collaboration between NIC.br and the British Embassy, the UK government. FCDO was responsible for the main investment, which had lasted 1 year. Inatel has developed it together with the University of Ceará. We also count on Inatel's support, which has helped us with some references to the project that I will detail later. There is a need to increase the digital inclusion at remote areas. The northern region of Brazil, as well as some other regions in the country, where we would like to have an alternative technology for ISPs to meet the market demands on remote areas. This is one of the main motivations. Second, the frequency ranges. There are non-used frequency ranges where those people, they have to be included. Digital TV does not reach remote areas where there are many free channels yet to be used, for instance, to serve broadband services, as well as IoT technology that could be available at those remote areas. There are some other technologies like modules that were developed in the past years, and Inatel is highly experienced, that can be applied with a higher spectral efficiency, and Professor Luciano will go into details about that.
And then there's another need to take or occupy these channels correctly. So when you consider digital TV carriers that operate these channels in a very primarily, it's important you need a database to achieve this control. This was regulated. That's called TVWS in Brazil. The goal of this project was to evaluate this regulation that was adopted in Brazil and how far it interferes in the provision of this service. This was one of the goals of the project. Right. So what was the solution that was proposed? Inatel developed a radio. They already had a knowledge base. They had knowledge, and they had run tests with this radio, making it both a laboratory and a field prototype. And then they created a geo-referenced base that could allocate channels. So UFC conducted this project. The project also offers contributions to Inatel. to make sure that we finish regulating TBWS in Brazil. We'll make 2 public hearings, and we are helping to provide the base or the information for this, the public consultations. Now I'd like to pass it on to Professor Luciano to continue this presentation. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you again. First, thank you for inviting me. At NIC.br and the government of the UK for supporting, funding this project, and also, of course, making this possible. I apologize for being late. I couldn't get here on time. There's no planning that can beat the traffic. So I'll show you some of the results we achieved with this institutions. Inatel is a research and education institute in the state of Minas Gerais, 250 kilometers away, not far. We provide many undergraduate courses in engineering. This is an engineering school, and engineering and communications is one of our flagships. So we are working with mobile networks since 2013 with many partnerships with MCTI, FAPMIG, FAPES, FINAP. Inatel has a communications reference. We're now opening a competence center for 5 and 6G networks. And we also have a project for Brazil at 6G. And we have obtained several results about the use of mobile networks, how to meet market needs. What are these market needs? How can we develop technologies to solve all the problems that arise? Our major goal is to provide access solutions that are feasible, both technologically and economically, on the side of carriers and on the side of users. There are 2 major barriers. First, the reach of your radio base operation, where you can transmit, broadcast your signal. If you have a 4G in the field, in the countryside, you have 5 kilometers. That's not enough for a large number to reach a large number of users, so the cost per user is very high. The other problem is the type of access. They use a licensed spectrum, so operators need to participate in the auction and buy the spectra. And that makes it really hard to take quality network to rural environments. So our solution is based on a cognitive radio. What is the principle behind this technology? We have a frequency spectrum to TV, digital TV channels working. So we have smaller towns in Brazil that have only 2 TV signals. So between the 2 signals, we have a spectral opportunity. In other words, to broadcast a mobile connectivity signal like 4G or 5G or any other technology that can fill these spectral gaps that you find in these TV channels, between these TV channels. So what is the difference between this and what we currently have with 4G? Well, this is a secondary use. It's opportunistic use of the spectrum, only using that spectrum because it's available. And this is being currently regulated, as Gilberto mentioned. This use is not licensed. In other words, you don't need for a license to use the spectrum. So the cost of putting that in place is very low. Well, this is secondary. Suppose if you have a primary, well, the primary, then you should be able to detect this primary and change frequency automatically without a human operator. So this radio needs to be intelligent, need to be smart enough to find out what's going on in their work environment and adapt to it autonomously. Number one, you cannot have an RF filter in this radio base station. So we need to work a very frequency range. You cannot have an RF filter that could be blocking that activity. So the signal or the waves, they need to have low emission out of the range to prevent it from being filtered down the road. In other words, you need a very linear system, and the way you use it is to use it in a different way. Suppose you have your network there, you have your terminal that is exchanging information, but I don't have the right wave shape. You have the one that's used in Wi-Fi LTE or even in 5G. How will that work? My radio can use this. Suppose I have a conventional waveform. It has a lot of emission out of range, as I'm not using the RF, because they irradiate a lot of energy if you don't filter it. And then if you have a primary user, my network can detect the presence of this primary user. I can clean up the spectrum, but then I have a problem. We'll have interference out of the range that I'm using, so I cannot clean up the spectrum in the right way. I'll still interfere in the primary user. Now, suppose I have a waveform that is appropriate, that's suitable for the scenario, that was designed for this situation. So I can detect my primary user, and then I can really turn on the spectrum. And there's no interference. The system will be interference free. It's great on PowerPoint, right? But does it really work? That's the question. Well, we'll have a short video showing you this. This video, as you can see, you have a signal, a television signal, and then around it is GM, and then we have a TV being reproduced without a problem, and GFD around it. When I go back to FDM, I see that the lateral sides increase, so I start decreasing out of the range. I start interfering with it. So the TV signal no longer works. So if I have a waveform that was designed for this scenario, I can do it. If I use FDM, it will not work. Another problem I usually have is the use of the spectrum. I need a spectrum that is free. I may look at Anatel's mosaic and find what signals are free, and then I can allocate accordingly. Now, the problem is not everything that is in the mosaic and screen is a reflection of the truth. This is what we did in Santa Rita. Gilberto was with us. So we have 3 channels. They all are Anatel brands. When we started transmitting our broadcasting our signal, there was a pirate television or irregular television. I mean, this was an Anatel sign. It took us a while to find whoever was emitting it, and it took a while to clean it up. In other words, you cannot trust your database blindly. They know what happens from an official perspective. They don't know what's wrong in practice. So you need spectral sensing. So you can find what's going on in the spectrum, and you can also detect the presence of primary users. As you detect primary users, you can turn off holders. And so does that work? This is the signal using the entire band. Below it, we have the digital TV modulator. So I'm using the entire chain. One is broadcasting. I'm using that spectrum in the best possible way. Now, when I see this, I have the television signal. So my network will detect that TV signal. I can clean the spectrum, but I'll can use it, and then I go back. In other words, I can adjust the use of my spectrum. according to what is available. If you have a primary user, I can detect that primary user and you can find whether the channel is free, but then it's being used. And this can be used to give feedback to Anatel. Look, there's someone that is using this in a different way from what was made available by you at the mosaic level. So we can really do this. So we made this work in Santa Rita at a prototype that was our radio base. You see it on the picture. So the antennas were put in the tower and we broadcast the signal. So we have the white box and we went to dirt roads in the middle of the mountains. We even had some fun, right? Traveling around in the wildlife, in the countryside, and we broadcast the signal. We wanted to find out how far you could go with the limitations that the current regulations make. We can transmit 1 watt at a peak. You get your signal peak. Its module raises it to the second power, and the total or the maximum is 1 watt. Now, I realized that if I have a signal up to 28.8 dB up higher than the television signal, I don't interfere. I don't make an interference. The other time with 1 watt peak at 15 kilometers, that the maximum flow rate, that's 24 megabits per second at 6 megahertz. But the peak, we reached 38 kilometers. In this situation, the flow rate was 16 rather than 96 megabits per second. So we lose a lot of our flow rate for increasing our communication length to 38 kilometers. Now, if I go to 2 watts, I go from 16 to 28, and that is double my broadcasting power. If I have 8 watts, that's 52 megabits per second. And up to 10 watts in coexistence, we saw no interference to the TV signal. So when you look at Anatel's regulation, you can increase your broadcasting power 10 times and you still have a good power, because this is based on legacy technology. If you use GFDM as a reference, you see that it can increase your transmission power without damaging your legacy system. Our message is that regulation, you shouldn't look at the power inside the range, but rather the one that is outside it. You need to restrict interference for the primary users, not power in the major channel. So if you have a good modulation, you can use more power. If your modulation is a legacy modulation, you need less power. So the power that is broadcast out of your range should be regulated. That's what I had to tell you, and we'll be answering questions at the end, right? Thank you, Professor Luciano. Professor Rodrigo, can you now give us your presentation? Where are the slides? Let me see.
Boa tarde. Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. Dear friends, I'll tell you a short story. Suppose at the end of this year, suppose you travel to the state of Ceará in Brazil. You take your plane, you go to the airport in Fortaleza, the capital city of Ceará, and then you rent a car. But for some reason, rather than driving to some of our famous beaches on the coast, suppose you decide to go to the center and the south, the deep hinterlands of the semi-arid region of the state of Ceará, where millions of people live. 100 kilometers away from the capital city of Fortaleza on the coast. And when you're on the road, 100 kilometers away, your car breaks down. So you take your smartphone to call your car insurer. And then you face the following situation. There's no reception at all, no carrier, mobile telephony or a mobile broadband is not available. That's a situation that is absolutely real. I've been through this. Some of my friends have been through this too. These are large stretches of long highways where you have low population density, so there's not enough people there concentrated to warrant economic interest from the carriers. You have some regulation to make sure that these areas cover these regions, and there are also districts in these areas without connection. They're almost digitally excluded. That not be so common in high population density states like Sao Paulo, but this is very common in many regions in the Northeast and some other more remote or not even so remote regions where you have low population rates. So that's not a business case that is interesting to supply of connectivity infrastructure on the part of carriers. I'm Rodrigo Couto. I represent the Federal University of Ceará and the group of wireless communication group. It's a great pleasure to participate in this event for the second year in a row and give you news of our project that will benefit the northeastern region in Brazil. Can you see my slide? Right. So our credentials. Why are we doing this? Why are we conducting this project? I represent a lab that has worked for over 20 years in telecommunications. We are pioneers in the state of Ceará. We're the major research laboratory in the state of Ceará. We have graduated masters and PhDs from our institution, GTEL, and the professors in our group have or hold over 80 international patents helping or contributing with the 3, 4, 5G. And we have many projects. For industry, we have many national and international partners. This is why we were invited to help doing this or working on this project. The motivation to this project, as Professor Gilberto and my dear friend Professor Luciano mentioned, what they said was clear enough. I just talk about the idle spectrum and digital inclusion. What I would like to add to this scenario, to this situation, is that we have one goal, a humane goal. It's like the ITU, or the International Union for Telecommunications, a United Nations agency. This is UNT view on telecommunications in 2030. We want ubiquitous communication. We want everyone to be connected since 2013. So we're working together to help achieve this humane goals.
The system which we are developing within this consortium could be summarized within those 4 players. So we have the slavery, a database, and a gateway. Much has been said about the radio. The radio is like the slave, which is in the client, the master, which is the provider side. Here we have a number of messages and protocols. And in pink, we have a database, which is our group contribution. So database has the mission to control radio actions. Radios, they will be getting informations, they will be guided based on the database. So let's manage each one of these activities. We have the responsibility to protect primary users. And database, they have a key role, which is to guarantee primary users' protections. And the system is divided into modules, where we have the propagation module and the database with some scientific technological innovation. There is a more developed overview, and I would highlight Anatel Mosaic database. This is done, there is a consultation by our database for verification and idle time of spectrum. That will be captured by the official database, and we guess that part of those will be solved by consultation, geographic, by power channel, allocated channels to each TV broadcast at different regions in the national territory. Some details to be highlighted. We are adopting a protocol standardized by IETF. So are those systems to be developed to be compatible to the white space, to adopt the same protocol, IETF RFC, scalability? I would also highlight something else. The participation of the UK as one of the sponsors and intermediates of the project. We have also a Fair Spectrum, which is a company that has the main practical experience implementing technology as such in countries in the African continent. They have concrete experience. So they are testing their solutions according to the modules delivery. That works as a very interesting guarantee for quality control during the system development. The propagation module, this is a core issue, generating heat map where there is and there is not television signal. It will enable or not access to a certain channel. Database terminal decision will tell to the radio which frequencies can be selected or not, or if there is availability of channels for secondary use. We are getting that module ready to get Anatel radios, and that solution will be one of the most sophisticated in the world, as the heat map will be updated in real time.
Tipicamente, você tem esse tipo de resultado, como saída do
This is
módulo.
the type of results. Protection contour. What you see in white is where TV is not present, where there is no television signal. They are not being used, they are at idle. So the deeper in Brazil, the greater the white areas, idle spectrum. The correlation is very strong, the greater the non-assisted population. So the propagation module shows the white area which still has to be occupied for broadband and digital inclusion. Blockchain is a technology with diverse use, widely accepted. So our project wants to bring the blockchain technology to manage that, to enable the use of channels with transparency of the transactions which are registered. The whole project uses just open code tools in a very accessible manner. For a regulator such as Anatel, the auditing conditions for all spectrum reserved throughout this technology is key. And we believe that with that, we are adding a very interesting, innovative aspect. And to close and conclude, we have systems that will enable the providers' journey, users' journey, who will select an operator or a carrier. To allow social inclusion is not a contest of which is the best technology, but rather what are the access alternative technologies, additional technologies, preferably of lower cost. As the access cost, it will be an aspect that will favor or not the implementation of that technology. With that, I would like to thank our sponsors, UK government, Anatel, NIC.br, Gilberto, Mr. Nick Kashikawa. They have been essential in our project. Thank you for your time and participation.
Gilberto, nós temos uma pergunta aqui.
We have a question. And as we are quite late, but still we have time for this question from Mr. Vinicius Nogueira. How about the loss bit for the WSTV?
Eu acredito que ele está falando de linha de usada direta, provavelmente, né? No caso,
I guess he's talking about direct line.
LOS, né?
LOS, yes.
No caso, como a gente está usando uma frequência de
As we are dealing with the UHF frequency, the system operates with no direct line penetration on closed environments. It favors it. And we are performing tests in a mountain region, and yet the system works just fine. Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Gilberto. Thank you all.
Na sequência, eu gostaria de convidar.
Next, I would like to hand over to Andy from Coherent to address the impact of AI in the machine learning and from a data center perspective. What have we learned so far?
Welcome.
Thank you, everyone, and good afternoon. First off, I would like to thank NIC.br for the invitation to speak to you all today. It's a very honor to be in Sao Paulo and to talk about AI connectivity, which is a very exciting topic for us. My name is Andy Weedor. I'm Vice President of Sales at Coherent. based in Chicago, but responsible for South America, the central US, Canada, and also the East Coast. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Quick historical lesson for everybody, because we all know coherent technology, but many of you are looking at the slide and reading Coherent Corp. So my telecom division would joke and laugh right now, because when Coherent talks about coherent, usually we put a squared sign on it to not confuse people for our company name. But it was about 5 years ago that Coherent acquired Finisar, where I came from, and then about 3 years ago, 26 acquired Finisar, and then 26 acquired an industrial laser company called Coherent, and our CEO Chuck Matera decided to adopt the company name Coherent. AI connectivity has rapidly emerged as an explosive driver for datacom transceivers and a key enabler for new long-term growth of datacom optics. Mainstream network topology is giving way to a new topology to accommodate these artificial intelligence systems. This fabric of GPU connected to each other with a high-speed interconnect form an accelerated compute for machine learning applications. And all of these high-speed interconnect are enabled by datacom transceivers. On the chart here on the far right, you can kind of see this accelerated compute that I was referring to. And whether you're looking at a level 0, which is up to a 50-meter connection, or in level 1, you might see closer to 500-meter, utilize different technologies that I'll talk to you guys today about. While we've been selling into artificial applications for a while, following the advent of generation AI in early 2023, we embarked on a detailed sizing of this market, including in particular the part of the market driven by artificial intelligence applications. Us, along with Light Counting, has looked at this market over the next 5 years, and with the introduction of 800 gig datacom optics, 1.6 terabit per second optics, and 3.2 terabit per second optics, we see an almost 50% compound annual growth rate compared to the traditional 18% annual growth rate that we experience in datacom optics alone. So clearly, we're not the only ones that see this growth. A lot of companies that you guys are probably very familiar with, and I'll talk a little bit about these technologies at a GPU and a CPU level, are also adopting and readily deploying applications into the AI field. What we've learned over 35 years of being a leader in this industry, and that dates back to the inception of Finisar, is it's not one laser that fits all datacom applications. As you can see in this chart, we're looking at different laser technologies from a very agnostic approach. And the reason for that, I'll focus on 400 gig, which we invested heavily in about 3 years ago. The first generation 400 gig, it was a CWDM4 2-kilometer optic, and we initially chose to utilize silicon photonics for that laser light source. Because of the uniqueness of Coherent being very vertically integrated and also owning our own factories, we don't think of a technology and an optical PMD as just one part and one type of laser source that we want to expand to the market. We look at it from a manufacturability standpoint, and we think about saving you guys, the end user, money as you deploy and architect your next generation optics. So the month before we went to production on a 400 gig CWDM4, also known as FR4 optic, we canceled the program. And we actually decided to go back in our tool bag and select a edge emitting laser, an EML laser, because again, we looked at this product from a 5-year out standpoint, and we said we could not receive the same cost curve reduction price to save you guys money as you deploy this, maybe in your network now today. So again, it put us a little bit behind the game, but thinking about that agnostic approach from the laser light source and looking at you guys from a cost savings per bit, we decided to make the right decision, and we came back in the game and again, a leader at 400 gig. Other light sources that you see on here, which are very exciting for us, which runs at 200 gig per second on the optical, and on the far right is that 1.6 terabit per second optic, and we have two different light sources for that, and we're looking at a DFB Mach-Zehnder, which we've displayed at a couple optical events, one in Europe that just happened in October, and then also at OFC, which we'll probably show again in California in March. So that's a very exciting technology for us, along with more edge-emitting DML type technologies. And I'd be remiss if I forgot to mention this in the very top right, because I will be talking a little bit about coherent detection. We're also looking at applications at higher reach, higher data rate, looking at optics and lasers that we call coherent light solutions. So maybe for unamplified applications. This is just a sampling of what we coherent see the optical use cases being used in artificial intelligence applications. There are many other SKUs and part numbers that the industry is using today, but of course, representing almost 23% of the marketplace, we have a pretty good understanding of what hyperscale InfiniBand GPU customers are using. Legacy products, as you can see, all the way down from 40 gig to 400 gig, which I talked about from about 3 years ago, and then ramping in production now is 800 gig in both OSFP and QSFP DD form factors. In NPI, which we heard a couple presentations today on as well, is 1.6 terabit per second optics, and we need to utilize OSFP form factor to gain that extra real estate to make sure we can cool and you guys can cool your applications. The interesting thing when I look at this chart is you'll notice in the fourth column, it talks about Ethernet PMDs. And then the column right next door is InfiniBand, different, InfiniBand standard versus IEEE standards. So if you look at artificial intelligence over the next several years, me personally and my company think there's a battle brewing between Ethernet and InfiniBand. And the good news from us, from an optical interconnect, is we abide by both those standards, both IEEE and InfiniBand. So our optic can accommodate both GPU and CPU, but really there's a battle brewing, and it's going to be interesting to see if Ethernet catches up to the massively deployed GPU chipsets today in these GPU clusters. This is a really exciting slide that I like to talk about because I look at this from multi-terabit coherent optics, which is what we manufacture, are enabling petabit per second switches. And petabit per second switches require multi-terabit coherent optics. And a good example of that, you guys can follow, this is where we're at today, which is 51.2 terabits per second Ethernet switch. 2023, you guys can see in the chart there. And as we expand in another 2 years and grow to 102.4 terabits per second, the faceplate of these Ethernet switches can no longer get bigger. So you need to utilize multi-terabit transceivers to enable that high-speed I/O coming out of these boxes. And my second bullet here highlights this density that you need from the optical interconnect. So 1 petabit per second switch requires 40,000 optical connectors with transceivers that operate at 100 gigabits per second today. And as we move forward, we look at 1.6 terabits per second. That could shrink down to 2,500 connectors and will enable us to get to 1 petabit per second switch in the future. So I talked a lot about Datacom.
Falei bastante também do Datacom. E agora vamos mudar um pouquinho. A gente teve um ótimo trabalho, apresentações excelentes ontem e hoje. Gostaria de acrescentar um pouco sobre a detecção coerente nos data center lakes. Tem algo nos próximos slides que eu vou mostrar. Primeiro, uma parte que não será tão logo, mas não é tanto assim. Vou explicar o que significa. Primeiro, os links com detecção direta, e são os links que vocês conhecem hoje, nas aplicações da Datacom, eles estão tirando vantagem dessa arquitetura de muitos links, de múltiplos links. E aí, consegue trabalhar com 200 GB
that we're sampling today.
e também a tecnologia laser que a gente estava mostrando hoje, mas não muito. Por quê? Porque os links de detecção direta se beneficiam dos volumes, mantendo-os bastante competitivos, ou seja, quanto mais implementados, menor o custo, não só para as aplicações de data center, mas também para lidar com outras aplicações de telecom que utilizam 2 quilômetros. O Júlio falou de 100 GB.
Hyperscalers that we can offer to you guys today. New shorter reach applications will add to that further volume, which proliferates the demand that we see in direct detect, and again, lowers that cost per bit for you guys. This just elaborates a little bit of what I just talked about. So not soon. And there's a block diagram here on the far right that depicts a 1.6 terabit per second DR4.2, which is also known as basically 4x400G FR2. These are 4 fibers with 2 wavelengths that combine to achieve a low cost, low power solution for 2 kilometer single mode reaches. In the data center and datacom applications, spectral efficiency is very irrelevant in these fields because it's very easy to pull new fiber. And again, I highlight that 200 gig capable components keep lane count small and utilizing that EML, indium phosphide, DFB, Mach-Zehnder laser light source. And there's many, many future successful links and PMDs that will continue this trend of multi-lane link architectures and transceivers. Not much. Volumes are very relative when you're building and manufacturing 20 million optics a year, which we currently do so out of our Ipoh, Malaysia factory. Direct detect optics have experienced this volume growth, I would say, over the last 15 years. When you look at coherent optics in data center applications, even over the next 5 years, we're talking a multitude less of volumes, maybe hundreds of thousands of volumes from a DCO type standpoint compared to the direct detect volumes that we see in AI and HPC applications today. This is a very self-perpetuating advantage that's important to you guys, again, focusing on that cost per bit. And we get to ride that experience curve, improve our yields, and help the price for you guys, the end user. Larger ecosystems also ensure continuous improvement on cost and also help us reduce power as we shrink down different chips that go inside of these optical transceivers. New applications of direct detect links will also add to those volumes, and I kind of highlighted those on the last slide. But applications such as elimination of a top of the row rack and replacing it with a longer link, utilizing a middle of the row rack, going directly to 25G based servers, and in the future, 100G based servers. Quick summary of direct detection versus coherent detection. Shorter reaches in fiber-rich environments of the data center permit the use of multi-lane link architectures, like I highlighted earlier. This creates a very natural fit for direct detection links to serve that market. And that market, those applications, the more they grow, the more they get adopted in this field, will lead to more volumes, and those volumes keep perpetuating to offer lower cost per bit optics for you guys. The next 2 data center upgrades that we're seeing, 800 gig now, 1.6 terabit per second, and 3.2 in the near future will predominantly be serviced by direct detection products. But I'd like to caveat all this. We are seeing a big increase in coherent detection transceivers.
A gente vê que tem aumentado, a gente vê aqui como falamos ontem sobre as aplicações e como que vocês veem o uso da ótica de detecção coerente.
Power small form factor QSFP 28 DCO. Transformation in this optical network is happening now. And why? It's disaggregation. It's a word that you guys hear often of, but this isn't the first time that industries have looked at disaggregated networks. It's predominantly was driven and grew by the influence of the hyperscalers, maybe about 10 years ago. And now we're seeing it in more traditional telecom applications that are saving customers such as yourself tremendous CapEx and OpEx. And how is that enabled? It's the high level of photonic integration and low power that we're offering customers such as yourself in the DSPs, in WDM line systems that allow pluggable modules to work and go directly into the routers. Hence the term IP over DWDM, which I have a slide next that will explain a little bit at a high level of what that means. What's coming next is continued low power, low cost coherent interfaces. Actually, today, we just announced that Coherent has our first 800 gig ZR Plus, and that's utilizing, again, those 200 gig optical signals that will be on 8 by 100 gig electrical hosts. So that's a 140 gigabaud that we just showed in October in Glasgow, Scotland, and had a beautiful demonstration of that IC TROSA, which is an OIF standard. Also, over the next 5 years, we see a lot of carriers and MSOs in America, and I think the same case will be down here in South America, upgrading that wireless access network from 10, 25G DWDM, moving to 100 gig ZR, QSFP 28 DCO. And beyond, which I highlighted before, is DCO optics at 1.6 terabits per second and beyond. What is IP over DWDM? And I'm really going to try to simplify this for you. It's taking a colored DWDM optic and it's plugging it in directly into a host router, and it's eliminating the need to transpond that network and amplify that signal and go directly into, whether it's an open ROADM ring or directly into point-to-point applications to achieve 80 kilometer unamplified, if you're looking at 100 gig in SFF interface or CMIS interfaces, which we talked a little bit about today, will achieve much greater distances than that 80 kilometer unamplified at 100 gig. What's enabled this? Again, it's the coherent technology that's shrunk in size and power dissipation, and it's allowed this to fit into those ports of these routers that are in your marketplace today. And again, those two applications that I highlighted, it's metro networks in ROADM applications, ROADM different ring mesh systems that require ZR Plus achieving a 0 dBm, which we're able to do that by using our own indium phosphide technology. And also the hyperscalers are utilizing coherent technology for simple DCI applications. That's data center interconnect, and that's that -10 to -8 dBm output power. One other thing I'd like to talk about is coherent technology, how we see it, continues to move closer to the edge. Again, talking about DCI and seeing hyperscale and large data center customers deploying this within a data center for 80 kilometer and beyond type links. That access network upgrade that I talked about, that in North America maybe is 3 to 5 years on the early stage and beyond. But again, nobody had a DCO optic that fit inside a QSFP 28 form factor because it wasn't enabled by a low power DSP, which Finisar is invested in about 5 years ago, designing that low power DSP. Carriers and network operators are driving and continue to drive disaggregated open networks and interoperability between DCO optics, which even 3-5 years ago, nobody thought would work. But now at many of these optical trade shows you see, you have many interop applications going on between multiple DSP optical transceiver vendors, which is very exciting. Here's an example of a 1.6 terabit per second coherent transceiver and the technology of the future for sustainability data center applications and even telecom applications. We're experiencing this now in our 800 gig. We were also able to shrink down the DSP from a CMOS 7 nanometer, which is more traditionally in 400 gig today, all the way down to less than 3 nanometer CMOS packages. So it's just incredible from a technology standpoint. A 1.6 terabit per second transceiver can consume as little as 1/10 the power of 16 older generations of transceivers operating at 100 gig. So it's unbelievable what we've been able to do and achieve with low power design and technologies in the CMOS space. Also moving from printed circuit boards So multi-chip module level of integration has allowed us to achieve this low power, high density that is going to drive your guys' network of the future. Just to wrap up a little bit, and hopefully the translation from English to Portuguese has followed along, so thank you for the interpreters. I'd like to close on this slide and highlight a little bit and save some time for Q&A if anything comes up. Again, Coherent Corp, built by the Finisar transceiver, which in datacom applications, I think many of you will be happy to know, along with myself, Finisar transceiver will continue to stay a market name in the industry as we've been a leader for 35 years. We've been a pioneer of this technology, and we continue to focus on the vertical integration, even at a material level of next generation materials on the thermal side, such as we acquired a company that does thermoelectric cooling, Marlow, where we integrate some of their technologies into our product. Our company is also a major leader in silicon carbide for high power MOSFET IGBT applications. And we're looking at actually utilizing silicon carbide and different diamond applications to help thermal control of these optical transceivers. Again, decades of investments leading to recognized innovations. Many of you have read about and experienced some of these demos at many trade shows. And we've just truly, have been a differentiator in this market because we're very unique in the fact that we own our own manufacturing. And that's the 20 million transceivers that come out of our Ipoh, Malaysia factory. We have a 1.2 million square foot factory, multiple buildings in Wuxi, China, which is outside Shanghai, that continues to help us look at the design from a manufacturability so that we're cost competitive when it gets deployed in your network. Next generation transceivers for emerging AI and ML architectures are going to leverage those vertically integrated components that we've designed and worked on for many, many years. And that includes the laser light sources, such as the vertical cavity surface emitting laser, the VCSEL, utilizing silicon photonics for next generation 800 gig and 1.6 terabit per second transceivers, EML technology, DFB Mach-Zehnder, LPO, which I didn't really talk about too much, but an easy way to look at LPO, if you guys are familiar with that term, is basically how I look at it is the CFP and CFP2 DCO optics that initially were designed 10 plus years ago were analog signals where you had to utilize and take that DSP and put on a host, whether it's in a router or a switch. Now we integrate that DSP back into our optics, and that's where you get a digital signal within a DCO optic. But LPO is basically taking advantage and removing the DSP and putting it on the host. So there's applications and customers that are interested in that as well. And Coherent, we do expect to be the first transceiver company with that 200 gig per second lane. And that volume and production is going to be scheduled for middle of next year, 2024. And we're a U.S. company with Southeast Asia manufacturing capability for geopolitical risks that are going around the world today. And again, I highlighted Ipoh, Malaysia factory and additional optic facilities that we're looking at also utilizing buildings in Vietnam, China, and Thailand. So thank you again. I appreciate all your time and enjoy the rest of your show.
Alô? Estão ouvindo?
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah.
Alguma pergunta para o Andy?
Any questions to Andy?
Andy, muito obrigado.
Thank you, Andy.
Gostaria de convidar agora
Right now, like to invite Douglas Fisher, Brazil Fórum. He will talk about the difficulties for the IP blocks in the scope of IXPs and how they can work correctly.
Olá, tudo bem?
Hello, how are you? It's a little weird, in my opinion, to see the silent mode, but okay, let's do it. I came here to, well, this was kind of confusing, but the idea is what should we do that we don't have problems when we're paying our prefixes in our traffic, but also with a focus on EXPs. Let's move on. By the way, thank you. This is like a professor who is teaching again and again. I've given this presentation with Caleb last year, but I added a few points. So thank you, Felipe Caleb. We'll be discussing some topics, IRR, RPKI, peering DB, RNDS, and also how to influence from geolocation and the topics that influence geolocation. A disclaimer. In addition to, if I use a swear word, I apologize in advance. For me, sometimes it's hard to control myself. The target audience is, if you know what I'm talking about, this is not for you. I'm not talking to you. The goal is to talk to people who don't really care about these registrations, and they are in trouble. We want to reach these guys. So if you can use this material to encourage your friends and colleagues to organize their lives, well, I'd like to thank you. I might use the wrong words. For instance, allocation, delegation, all this terminology. It might be a little confusing if you are really strict. If you go to Latinx policy manuals, you have more appropriate definitions. Anyway, my point here is to make people to be really concerned and organize their lives, okay? Who am I? It doesn't really matter. The important thing is I'm getting old. I've been working since 99. It's like over 20 years. I was born in 83 and I worked a lot. And one of the things that I think is reasonably important is that sometimes, fight with people or argue with people to make things work. And unfortunately, over the years, in the last 5 years at least, some of my fights that started 10 years ago, they're now working. Generating good results. So it's working for me. So at the end of the day, it's been worth it. Now, what are the pains? Why did I decide to talk about this? These are our daily experiences in operating and GSPs and traffic providers, especially when you work as an operator of a transit provider. So we get a problem, we need to solve it, but these are not our problems, but rather from the customers of these transit providers that didn't do their homework. This is maybe the major reason. Then liberating prefixes. This is highly controversial. This is something I could add, maybe, is that if your transit or traffic operator is not doing their job to release your prefixes dynamically based on your RR, you just change. Just use another. Start thinking about changing your operator. And if you're a transit operator, that just start putting that into place. That's just something I'd like to add. And then geolocation problems, reputations. Another very controversial topic, something that's related to all of this we're discussing. These are rented IP blocks. These rented IP blocks are so painful, right? It's a highly complex topic. And all these problems I'm mentioning, when you use a rented IP block, you'll need to face all these problems, no exception. So you need all these blocks or solutions anyway. It's so boring. It's so painful, right? All right. Okay, I've already started with my swear words. Okay, good.
What's that? This is access to XBR. And here we have the prefixes which are being filtered. This is a looking glass. where we apply at all IXs, and most times we have the same names. They have several prefixes by different route servers. Those that have more errors, they are in the top of the list. XP exchange, exchange of countries. Prior São Paulo IX, this one IX from Rio de Janeiro, same name, similar names. And here the D6 from Frankfurt, and some of the names, they repeat themselves. And the more you look down, you're going to see some similarities. What do we have to organize to let my prefixes working fine? I've spoken about the looking glasses and filter prefixes. This is also from the 6, one of the participants. Here we have the filtered orders, and the reason why they are rejecting the routes, it's because they didn't make to reconcile and to find any truth, and there was a rejection. Someone has not done their homework. That can be a prefix which should not be announced in such a way, and the route server did their homework by rejecting wrong stuff. Tied that up, that's wrong. IRR, I'll try to be a little bit more brief. That is a database where people say, I am AS, I am the system number, I am this company, my guidance policies are these are my prefixes. This is a way to expose my data to people, multiple database which talk among themselves. You can read that at home. If you operate ASN and you are not the ones that created your IRR registers, you are doing something wrong. They have to be authoritarian. There are some that are done by proxy, or today they have paid database and those which are not.
Aqui tem guia muito bom, salvo engano, foi o Coraza que montou esse guia aqui. Obrigado para ele. E aqui tem outro tópico bem importante, que é o seguinte.
And here we have another very important topic, IRR Explorer.
Agora ele está operando embaixo do site do NOG de Netherlands. Que esse cara faz?
What do they do? They look at the IRR objects and the FZ table, and then they say if everything is fine or not.
Mas o negócio é o seguinte, você vai, bota esse negócio no teu browser, coloca teu ASN.
They put that in the browser, ASN, and if they see red lines, there is something wrong to solve. And if everything is green, well done.
Tentar acelerar pouquinho, se vocês quiserem questionar depois. Aqui, obviamente, é ASN reservado para uso privado, mas
This is a ASN for private use.
ASN.
So place your ASN and see what's happening there. If you see red lines, that's wrong.
Se o teu vizinho,
Solve it.
parceiro de negócio que tem
If your business partner with ASN places there with red lines, make fun of them. They have to solve that. So if they want to be, reason for fun, let's tighten that up. Come on.
Esse aqui é exemplo de o RR é composto por, eu acho que eu já passei por essa
This is another example.
diversos objetos, deles é o Altinum, que é o
Altinum,
o número do sistema autônomo, e aqui você diz,
autonomous system.
oi, eu sou AS tal, eu sou da empresa X.
I am AS X.
É esse cara aqui.
My administrator contact is this. Moto protocol import and export. In the Unicast family, to any one of the Unicast families out of this object, I may accept anything and the ASN of my traffic. I will have a list in a very simple context with the 4 lines and considering the number of objects. I create AS for each one of them, peers, customers, and everything becomes so much simpler. RPKI, what's that? Internet Exchange Point. These are routers which are being filtered because they are RPKI invalid. I selected the community, which tells me that they are invalid RPKI, and this is the list. It might be that this is no longer available. I hope someone has seen it. It does not match any register. If you go to a virtual office called RPKI, you sign that down with a certificate, a router authorization, and you say, well, this is mine ASN. But this is about what IRR does. But, they have thrown so much rubbish in the past that they had to create another protocol, as they had messed up the first one. So sometimes we have to be very strict. They didn't let anyone do the object. You have to be the owner of the object to say something about them. You may use that by your router's topology.
Essa aqui uma colocação bem interessante, tá? Esse aqui é o conjunto são os heres, cada dos seus heres tem.
Here are the rears, each one of them with their certificate authority. Brazil is an outlier. For a very long time, I thought it was not a good idea to have the hosted mode, where they host their ROAS services. And for a while, the BR register, they didn't want to accept it. But now I'm fully convinced that this is the most corrected methodology. So we have to use a server based on CREO, open source, and I'm gonna let it that for later on. Being, too strict and demanding, it's worthwhile sometimes. We have a IP block related to them, and I don't know any other that has done that.
Que possa se identificar mau uso de bloco apenas com esse
We are going to use the bad use of the block to what they generate. You are going to see your ASN and your blocks, and if someone tells you that they are not your ASNs, they are wrong. There are some contexts in that can be an exception. Yes, of course, especially with market consolidation, if you have 2 or 3 ASNs, but that will not last long and may be adjusted. It's not wrong to have a block announced by another ASN or another organization, but it's not desirable. And this is a case of where the blocks that they are announced by other SNNs. We may have the same company, and that may be an appropriated use of the object. It can be a real use. And the IP blocks allocated by LACNIC, they cannot be rented to others. If I got a LACNIC and I'm renting to someone, they're not doing it right. But I may, rent blocks for the IPXO, IP broker, and many, many others. What you cannot do is to disrespect the policy manual, as long as they are not blocks from the LACNIC. And those who are granting the rented block, they might run the risk to lose their resource. And this is a great detector. Can that be wrong? Right, yes, but that is an indicator for you to watch out. Peering DB. If you have an autonomous system, you are in the IX and you have no peering DB, that's wrong. Register the peering DB.
Diversas empresas e é todo open source e é legal pra caramba e a API dos caras
and their API is fantastic. Julimar. This is an example of the peering DB register. Peering DB is a base of peering, but with the location information, country code, geolocation code, and all of that can be used by different mechanisms to define the geolocation of IP blocks. If you get into the PRNDB, next, get next, finish, something's wrong. Go back there. Register your address. You remember the IRR object? You have to place it. Otherwise, you are not registering your objects in the PRNDB registration form. They gave an authorization probably 2 years ago. Here we have the PRNDB information, where they are present, contact information, policies. What a shame that Patara is not here today. The Brazilian Ruiz file is very clean, differently from RIPE. Who are they? Who is that domain from? If you use Linux or Windows, you go to a Ruiz web. Who keeps the base? Here's NIRS. What else? This is a Ruiz web of the ASN of IX. So information, abuse contact, routing contact, email of the main ID. You know, I go crazy anytime that I see ASN with a fantasy name of a company's name, like as if it was their surname. So, you know, you have to place the name of the company. You know, write it down, spend 5 minutes, edit the interface, and do whatever it has to be done. Reverse DNS, that's very important for many reasons, including to improve bots which identify bad use of IPs, and they classify that object as being CGNet or not, and the reverse that use in the non-reverse DNS can be also used for geolocation. What is the IPX? I'm rushing because I still have more material to cover and my time is almost up. Let's talk about geolocation. That's so cool. What bothers me? If anyone says that, that is bullshit. Since I started announcing to IX, I started having geolocation problems, but that's not true. You were probably doing something wrong before, but there is no relation or whatsoever. Geolocation is a problem to all ISP, and that has to be corrected. The main ones, but not the only ones, the main influencers for the definition of geolocation everywhere else. What you cannot do, you cannot get into the database and ask to change maximize the geolocation. Don't do that at first. No. First, you have to warm up your IPs. If you have received your block now and you go to the web for the geolocation adjustment, they're going to say, I don't trust you. I don't see your block. So it's not going to work. And next time that you're going to talk to them, they are going to, you know, disguise you and not trust you.
So first, just organize your house and then change your registration. So let me speed this up. This is, you control your IPs, and then you see a final IP where the geolocation is well defined. The last IP is one that says traffic and they know where the position is. So there's a delta of 2 milliseconds. So you do this in the speed of light, and you have to be in that circle. And then you check the circle on the other side and you triangulate it to find where your geolocation is. This is the first element influencing your definition of geolocation before everything else. So don't believe me, don't trust me. There was a presentation by Maximus and Lachnick talking about this. Geofeeds. This is what I would like to put out a fight. Well, this is, we need two protocols, one to define the file format. It's 8805. That's really a very basic. If you get this wrong, you should be punished. And the other one, that's a URL that needs to be injected into the whois object, and then you know who is authoritative. That's my IP block through this URL. So the data about geolocation of my IPs are the ones that are on my whois, right? This is mine. That's how it works. Geofeed. And then this tool. I mean, you have Candela, he's a great chap, great guy. So this is a crazy guy created for you to put your IP blocks in to make sure that you're, or check whether you're following those two protocols and whether you're authoritatively defining your geolocation. In Brazil, in the BR register, you can't do this because you cannot add this to your whois object of your blocks. Unfortunately, you can't. I mean, Latnic, you're in, you can do it in all others. 3 minutes. Okay, let me geolocate. Oh, these are examples. I like when you hosting your CSV article, I like a GitHub because you generate a history and GitHub's availability. If the servers mark M, low level availability, it won't be a bother really. Just point to the file and that's it. Now this one, they don't accept it. GeoFeeds. If you're on Google panel with your GeoFeeds, if you don't have access to the Google panel, you need it. So you have to find it. You have to find a way of doing it. You can upload it in CSV file. They were going to change. You can only upload one file, but now I think you can test your URL and they will test that regularly. Right. Yeah, it was about to. No, it's a lie, right? Yes. So just point your URL here. That's absolutely right. Okay. And IR GeoIDX. You have geolocation of your IPs and geolocation of your route, which is, these are two different things. They're similar, but they're different. Okay, I'm running really late now. This is a standard. You just follow, right? Just follow the steps, nomenclature, the standards. And then what do you need to access? In order to access IRR, you need RAD B, TC, LTDB. If you don't have the email contacts, you can't do this. RPKI, you need to go to the rear portal to generate the cross server, generate the subscription. whois, you also need the ERR portal. RDNS, you need to upload it. Also GeoFeeds, likewise. RGOIDX, you need access to change your IRR objects in triangulation by latency. So how do you do this? What was the reason you have three route bit, three route ping? So you rent blocks and you put this 10 or microchip in, you don't get any response. No, you won't. And then they say, I don't know, I've been using this for a long time. It's not working. Well, it's here. Obscurity is something that was, I mean, a thing of the past, right? So that's it. Okay, you finished on time, Douglas. Thank you. Right, that was good. Okay, 1 minute. All right. Hello, Fisher. First, congratulations for controlling your swear words. That was very good. A question and a comment about IRR. There's a more recent movement that says that it's not enough to have your block in your bus 20 in RFF. You need a more specific block. They want you to create it in your registration /24. What do you think of that? Is this necessary, or is this really needed or not? Is that excessive? Too much caution? And then, and as reverse, or CGNAT, I have my own caveats. In a way, you're helping your attacker. You say, this is my CGNAT, right? Attack this, not the other one. So that might also be specific. Can you hear me? Or in answer to your question about CGNAT? Oh, good. So you just add TXT objects. I don't know exactly off the top of my head. Thank you. I did put a lot of effort into not using swear words, right? How about the IRR object? Well, this is RFC and ESL. It's been like this since 1996, if I'm not mistaken. Should or must? It's a must. You need a mirror. If it's not on your IRR table, it shouldn't be on RDFC. It's a must. I agree with you, though, that the IRR object, it could be changed, and then you could add 2 attributes. Yes, exactly, but then it won't change, right? Just accept it. Thank you, Douglas. Right. Wonderful. I'd now like to invite or he will show one slide to us, or one more speaker that will show a slide to us.
Pode comutar aqui para o computador dele, por favor?
Yes, can we switch to his computer, please?
Hey, good afternoon. I just wanted to take a few minutes to talk about what Hurricane Electric's been doing over the past few years. Since the last time I was here was in 2019, and it's good to be back. As you know, that we have a global network, and we're on over 300 internet exchanges today. We prefer bilateral sessions, so that way we can control routing better. A tool I want to show you that many will not know about is something we released about 5 years ago. Routing.he.net. So this way you can check what routes are being installed and rejected, because we have strict RPKI filtering at this time. So you put in your ASN and it will show you what policy we have applied against your router, and also give you the reasons why things are being rejected. So you have full control of what we advertise to the rest of the world. Today we announced about 100,000 routes on the exchange here, but we prefer bilateral because that way we can give you more routes, like 150 to 180,000 routes, or we can trim them back to more localized. But without a bilateral session, I can't do anything about that. And that is pretty much all I wanted to talk about, and share my peering information. As you know, we have a global network presence. We're in over 56 countries, and we just passed 312 POPs. And we're now number 4 in the world as far as ISPs go. And if you would like to peer, please do so. Send me an email so we can set up a bilateral session, because if you, in my opinion, it's better to have a bilateral than trust a route server. That way you have more control of where you're going and controlling your traffic. And I'm happy to take any questions if there are any. Thank you. Questions? Thanks. Thank you. I'll put this back in your desk.
Pessoal,
Okay, everyone. We will now break for coffee. We'll be back at 4:40. At the end of the day, we'll have a happy hour right after we close. So we have a lot of ground to cover. Enjoy yourselves during your coffee break. We'll have a happy hour later. Thank you.
O William Prado, do NIC.br, automatizando
William
tarefas
Prado of NIC.br, automating tasks with Netbox and nor near. Is that right? Nor near.
Boa tarde a todos.
Good
Todo mundo
afternoon, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Yes, okay. Very good. I'm William Prado. I'm an engineer. I belong to XBR's engineering team. We'll be discussing the automation of tasks using both Netbox and Nordnear. My agenda has 8 points. The first two are more theoretical in nature. They're simpler, maybe. And everyone, I believe, can answer why we should automate. I'd be really happy if everyone understood the reason for automating tasks in our everyday network life. Then we'll talk about Netbox and Nordnear. We'll explain how Nordnear works and give you some examples, more practical examples. Then we'll be discussing an APAL, that's a Python library that helps us. Then Netbox. And Netbox is a source of truth, okay? Then I have a slide on curiosities, and then I'll summarize it with a conclusion. So why automation? Why should we automate? I have 2 points to make here. Let me have manual network operations. There are 2 things that catch my eye when we talk about this. The time to execute the activity, that's number 1, and the quality of the service we are applying. When you have some manual activity, this type of activity, of course, takes more time and is error-prone. That's okay. And that, of course, has a direct impact on the quality of the service we are providing. If you have mistakes, errors, you need to find what's wrong, and so on and so forth, and that, of course, affects quality level. Now, when you have activities or automated tasks, then it takes much shorter for the service to be provided, and as a result, we will be able to deliver a higher quality level. And a challenge. I have some points to discuss. We could spend a whole afternoon discussing challenges for those that work in automation. We have countless challenges, but I have some brief points to discuss. Number 1, standardizing a network. If you standardize your equipment, your network, it makes it much easier when you need to automate. When you're developing a script, if everything is standardized, you will develop your automation taking into account that you need to validate that particular setting standard. In addition, you can also create automations without it, but again, it will be a little complex. We'll need to address many types of configurations in your network elements, and you end up adding complexity to your automation process. And then documentation. It's crucial when you do automation. Of course, again, you can have automation without a good documentation level, but again, when you have good documentation, you have better automation possibilities. I wrote the word inventory because the more information on inventories, the easier it will be to create automation. Those that work in automation, in addition, I would say that professionals, they need some knowledge, not only network knowledge, but also programming language and programming logic knowledge. You need both. both worlds. You need to create scripts, programming logic. You need to understand some of the languages we use every day and also the infrastructure or the network and how it works. Because you will apply commands, you'll create automated settings, configurations. You need to know what you're doing. Now, let's move on to the practical part. And this is about NOR/NIR. Those that work in automation, you probably use this guy. Those that don't know NOR/NIR will briefly explain how it works. NOR/NIR is a framework for automation that's 100% Python framework with a multi-thread structure. It also manages your inventory. So all the network documents that will be in the system, on the system somewhere, NOR/NIR can find that data and it can manage that data in a very interesting way. Our network documentation will have many parameters. So you might be on in a particular location or on a site, a particular model, manufacturer using operating system X, Y, and Z. So NOR/NIR can read this and we can apply filters. If I want, for example, automation for Sao Paulo and the manufacturer being Cisco and a particular equipment model, so we can apply this filter on NOR/NIR. NOR/NIR also supports YAML and Jinja. That's the very powerful part of NOR/NIR. For me, it's a really fast framework with execution and automation times that are highly satisfactory. As for inventories, I brought a very simple example for us to do some automation with NOR/NIR. So my network inventory is in a YAML file. I have 5 network elements. So there you have from R1 to R5. I have the IP of these guys. I have the user and the password. I've also represented the operating system of each element. There are many other parameters I could add to this, but I try to make it simpler. I also have the link for the NOR/NIR documentation if you want to learn more. You have also the YAML static file if you want to check the documentation. In the black part, you have a Python script that helps us execute the simplest NOR/NIR automation task. So you start the whole NOR/NIR structure, and I have 2 parameters. First, I show the number of workers in its multi-thread structure. And this shows that at moment O, NOR/NIR will be able to access up to 20 elements at once. And I also indicated my inventory. NOR/NIR needs to know the network elements I want to access, so I also showed this. So that's the beginning of my structure. NOR/NIR knows the inventory already. Now we need some tasks. And on NOR/NIR, tasks will represent what we really want to apply. Not the commands, but the configurations. I use NetMic. This is a very simple task. I can send one command or a list of commands. It will apply this command to my inventory. In other words, the 5 network elements of my YAML file. And also what's going on at the terminal, right? I will see how these tasks are being executed. And so I have one function called print result. It will show what's going on to each element, what commands are being applied, okay? And then we will see the results a little later, right? That's part of NOR/NIR structure. And then plugins. Those that don't know what a plugin is, this is a code that we use to increase or improve the functionalities of a software. NOR/NIR really gives us this functionality. So you can add plugins to NOR/NIR's core structure to add functionalities. And that's a very interesting NOR/NIR feature. In this presentation, we will use Napalm nor near plugins or netbox plugins, NetMichael, Rich. There's a whole, like there are countless plugins that you can use. It's a really interesting part. The Napalm and NetMichael are Python tools that we can use irrespective of nor near. So we can bring this functionality through a plugin added to Near's core structure. Now, the tasks. These tasks will define what we will execute on the hosts, those that develop Python codes. A task is defined as a Python function. So in order to execute a task, we will show the inventory and the run method to execute that task. This is the simplest example possible. I wrote a function called hello world, and there's just one functionality here. We'll just get an element of the inventory and return it. So I'll execute this task with nr.run. I'll use hello world, that's the name of the task, and with a print result, I'll have all the R1 outputs or R2. So I can show you that we can create personalized tasks. At Nordnear, we'll execute these. One example, a simpler one, using NetMichael. This is the same example as the major structure. So you define 20 workers in a multi-thread structure with an inventory file, and I executed NetMichael, and then I use the show interfaces brief command. So I have my print result. Now, curiosity. Below, we have a panel that is very similar to Ansible. So we can see what's being executed, the time, and we can also see that Nordnear could execute the task that makes Michael with these 5 network elements, but the counter didn't even complete 1 second. So the simple automation was executed in less than 1 second or close to 1 second. So Nordnear can execute these tasks really fast. When you compare this to manual tasks, and then the output or print results. Nordnear with NetMichael, what it gives us in terms of codes is the same output we have in a device. You have the shooter in a face brief, you have the same output with NetMichael and Nordnear. This is what was given. So I use NetMichael whenever I want to apply a command. Very simple one. NetMichael is really good. It's really simple, straightforward to set up. So this is the example we can give. And then Napalm. I don't know if you're aware of Napalm. This is a Python library that provides functions for us to interact with network elements. These functions are already predefined. So you choose the tests, whether these functions will give us the data we're expecting. I also added some platforms that are approved by Napalm, iOS XR, Nexus, Junos, Arista, and a whole range of vendors that also support Napalm. We have the link, then you have the hub. If you're interested in learning more about this, Napalm provides an abstraction layer. I'll show you how and why this is interesting. We have a chart with many functions. So what we can do here, we get interfaces ID, we can get the counters of an interface, that interface is counter. We have a whole range of defined functions we can use to collect data. And then when I say abstraction in terms of data structure, this is what Napalm gives us when we execute a task by using a Napalm get. That's when the game starts getting really cool. You get an element, a network element that is now structured. So for those that work with me, if I see such a structure, I get really excited. It makes our lives so much easier when you're creating a code to get a serial number of an element there. You see it's all standardized, and then you have all the values there. It's easy to run this type of structure, and also to get particular data we might need. It's really interesting to see how, this abstraction layer that Napalm provides. One example, the same thing, the same Norton structure. I indicated the number of workers, my inventory file. One detail in this example, you can see that rather than doing the run method and having the entire inventory, I just added a filter. I don't want to execute my task for all the elements, just for the element that is called R2. I could have any other parameter. This is just one of them. So with this filter, I also use another variable called R2, and that's okay. I executed the run method with the napalm get task. But then you say, I don't see your task written on napalm get. Well, it's already plugged in. It's written someplace else, not on my script. And then the module or function, I have get interface. I could have any other module to see how dates, all this data is returned to the script. And then the output. We can see very interesting data structure at the element, the network element. You see information on all the interfaces. It's all standardized, key and values. Our MTU of the interfaces so you just take what you're interested in. It's really interesting to see. Now, Netbox. So far, we've used a static file with 5 elements. So we say that my network has 100 or 200 elements. I have 30 people working with it. I know it's not feasible to keep a static file with so many people and network elements. There's always someone who forgets about it. So with Netbox, it will help us. Netbox, for those that don't know it, we're not discussing the entire Netbox structure, but Netbox is a open source system. The idea is to be able to document all our data center structure. It's highly complex for documentation. In terms of documentation, you can document all your infrastructure, the physical parts, the logical parts, the IP part. It's also very easy to add information or data structure in a very personal way. It's customizable. It's key for automation, in my view. It makes your automation so much easier. It's a source of truth. In other words, we can represent everything that is taking place and that is set up on the net. It's documented on Netbox, and all company teams, infrastructure teams, can bring all their documentations, network team, servers, virtual machines, everyone can bring all their documentation. And then the cool part, this system has a highly powerful support. REST support, GraphQL, webhooks, everything is documented on Netbox. We will be able to consume that data in a very straightforward way. Netbox has very good documentation for API. It's very easy to consume data and to run tests. It's very easy to consume data, to add or remove data using Netbox API, Netbox's API.
Tá legal. Aqui eu tenho meu inventário.
Right, very good. This is my inventory. I was showing you it in a YAML static file. Now I have my inventory taken to Netbox. So I have my 5 network elements here. I've added more information to the inventory, right? As you can see, roll it for that makes equipment. So you also need to know the function of the element of PS or AP. You have the manufacturer, the element type, the managing IP, and many other fields that we could add to add to the information, and the more information, the easier it is when you're consuming the data and for Nornir to manage the data. Now we have an example in which we use napalm. It's the same example as example 2, but now we're using Netbox as our inventory. So Netbox is a plug-in now for to Nornir. For the plugin to work, we need to indicate some parameters. For instance, the IP where my Netbox server is. I also need a token to get permission to consume data, to edit, to create. You need a token here. And then the interesting part, I have my filtering parameters. So I indicated here that I wanted L2 equipment, role L2 in this region of Minas Gerais. That's what I indicated with an active status in iOS XR. That's where Nornir can manage the inventory.
And thanks to best practices with username and passwords, I'm able to identify in the inventory, so I no longer let more sensitive data at my pot. So get interfaces with the Napalm features, and I get the same results, but now using Netbox as inventory. What else? Using Netbox as source of truth. Whatever we have registered in the Netbox is what I want to apply at my box. So in a very careful manner, we have to keep data within the network elements. And the idea is that the setup leaves the Netbox and goes to the box, but there will be always someone who will access the element, and it's interesting to have some validation script. So in case they want to do something wrong or to enable an interface, we can catch the one who did it. Now I got a suite and 103, and then we have interface 0, 1, and 3, where the MT1 is registered. We have MAC, all the interface information. And what's the idea behind that? We can show the same data in the Netbox front end, in the Netbox API. And the same information that we have in the front end, I can consume in the API. I have each interface. So I have researched my request. If I use REST, I would get more information with the Netbox. And here I got a GET interface to get the same information that I get at Netbox, and now I have over the box. I have the one interface enabled, another one is disabled. And here a task which I have customized. I wrote that down personally. First, we have to use Nornir, get Netbox information from 103 components. I also did a palm get with the same information. And the idea is that what I have in the Netbox is what I have to apply in the network. Description, and I will validate. Netbox, port 1 is enabled. The other one is disabled. So I want that to represent it on the network. So I have my validation and I use Napalm get. And to apply the configuration, I use the NetMiko. May I use the Napalm? Yes, why not? I did that on purpose to show you that we are able to use several plugins and several resources for automation. What else? I have made some changes in the net box. I enabled the last one, Giga 3. I changed MTU and I added the description. I have executed my script, and throughout the print result, Nornir has assessed the netbox filter switch, and now they're applying the configurations where they had added the description, they changed the MTU, and there is a commitment rate where I applied the commit to each interface. May I have one commit to all? Yes, that will depend on the pod implementation. On interface 3, I enable it, there is a shutdown, and it committed again. Napalm get to see if they had done all the necessary alterations in the print result. And in fact, we had disabled some of the ports. We have changed MTU. Automation is opened, and it's up to you to write down the code. That was very simple, MDU, description, but I can add several ports, VLANs, all resources are available at Netbox. So we have the same consultation before and after. We see some changes in the Netbox using graphic L in the API request. And as a piece of curiosity, just for you to understand the multi-thread Nornir. A while ago, I needed to access 43 network elements for a simple Napalm get. I had set up 20 of them for 43 elements. They took 23 seconds for Palm Get, all network elements, netbox. Fine, a very satisfactory result. After that, I went down to 10, and the execution time has changed, closer to 40 seconds to execute the same task, but now with 10 workers. Then I increased to 50, and it's curious to say that I got the same result with 10 that I got with 20. Not always increasing the number of workers will give us a faster result. As long as we increase the number of workers, that has an operating cost. Everything has to be well tested, validated. We managed to assess that quite fast. We know that every single day there is a simple task to be executed, but we have to do that element by element. We have some providers that will spend their whole morning to do something so simple. It's very interesting, though. And to conclude, Nornir is a framework for network automation, for inventory management. They manage it efficiently. The multi-thread efficiency adds extremely good gains to their Netbox network system documentation. There are other systems, not only Netbox, but similar to them. I like Netbox myself, but there are others similar to them. It will depend on each company, But if you have the documentation on systems, that can be so helpful to use the netbox as source of truth that will increase automation possibilities. More data that we have in our documentation system, more options we are going to have to optimize our tasks. And that will add gain of time and quality. Automated processes, after they are well done and well tested, they increase the operating costs because there is no rework, no need to do troubleshooting if we forgot to set something up. And that's it for now. I also left in my repository, in addition to my presentation, there are several other scripts. Just take a look at my repository and you'll be able to find so much information, how to install the plugins, and I'll be at your disposal for any further questions. Thank you. Are there any questions to Will?
Bertoldo, por favor.
Bertoldo? Hi, William. How are you?
Só minuto, Bertoldo.
Just a second, Bertoldo. First, congratulations. Great work. Nornir, Napal, before importing data, have you assessed other platforms, older ones? In the past, where we would assess a hyperroute after 6 or 7 years of operations, they would change something specific. And they would change all the software. And they created the NetConf protocol. Did you check that? We use a NetConf together with Nornir. And the idea to use Nornir is due to the abstraction of Nornir. They simplify automation. Nornir is not the best performer in the market. But we are going to assess resources. So NetConf is the one that we use with Nornir. It simplifies the code, but we use a NetConf in our routine to apply configuration. There is a network element where we are able to work at different layers. We are able to consume data using REST. And there are some elements with NetConf and others that they need to work with. Get all the data to structure the output. So we use almost all libraries. I don't know if I have answered your question or not.
Por favor, se identifique e pode fazer sua pergunta.
Boa tarde, eu sou o Valdir da Web.
I am Valdir from Web. Is it possible to use Nornir to update Netbox information? Nornir is so cool because it works not only for box access, it has a multi-thread structure where you may create a simple get here and create something else in a API to manage access. It may be used as a task manager.
Tá bom. Por favor. Pode se identificar e pode fazer a sua pergunta.
Olá, Jonathan da Rocha.
I am Jonathan, and I am a cybersecurity student. How NIR approaches security and system protection? They do task management with a multi-thread structure, dynamic inventory. As to security, I don't know if I can say security, but where they have sensitive data, token that you use, and it's not up to developers to use resources like the ones supplied by Python. So the goal is that at NIR, you submit the information and you try to hide with .env or something else. There are some Python resources that allow to hide the information. Thank you.
Will, muito obrigado pela apresentação.
Thank you, Will.
Dando sequência agora à nossa atividade, seria a
Next, we have our last activity of the day, which is our traditional talk to IX. This is a time for open questions, and I'd like to invite Antonio Moreiras, Fábio, Júlio Sirota, Cassiel Wakura, Rodrigo Regis, and Salvador. What can we do to help you? We are here to listen your comments, compliments, recommendations, suggestions. So it's the time that you have to address your questions, always in the microphone, please.
Moreiras. Moreiras deve estar sem o fone. Vou convidá-lo pelo microfone aberto aqui.
Moreiras, where are you?
Moreiras, sua presença está sendo requisitada aqui no palco, por favor. Com relação às perguntas, também, para quem estiver nos ouvindo aí remotamente.
For those of you who are following us remotely, I am tuned to the chat, so if you have any questions, feel free to send them through the YouTube chat.
Tá, enquanto o Moreiras chega, alguém encontrar ele aí, vamos começar. Milton.
Shall we start? Milton or Júlio?
Enquanto o pessoal se anima para vir ao microfone. Moreira já está vindo ali, estou vendo grandes passos largos ali.
Só queria... Estão me ouvindo aí? Não, só... Primeiro registrar assim a falta de camisetas.
First, we are lacking of t-shirts. It's been a while. that the community is asking us to get the t-shirts.
Microfone?
Mic, please.
Microfone do centro, por favor. Acho que agora já tá. Tá.
Oi.
Júnior,
Oi.
por favor.
Júnior Coraza, Telic. Ô, Júlio, você devia ficar feliz, porque a gente não
You
tem...
should be happy, Julio, because we don't have so much to complain anymore.
Vocês desistiram do Jumbo Frame, então.
Não. É porque a gente está trazendo coisa nova, então Jumbo Frame...
Jumbo frame and everything else, that's so old. So we are doing new stuff.
Eu tinha uma coisa anotada aqui, mas eu já falei isso e falo isso em todos os eventos.
I keep repeating that
Todos os eventos que eu venho do IX.
LIX and NIC.br events.
A equipe que fica por trás,
Those of you on stage and those in the background, NIC.br, NIX, congratulations. Your event is amazing. I was talking to Galvão and to Fabio.
o evento, pelo menos para mim, não sei se para todo mundo, é o fechamento do ano, onde a gente...
And this event is a time where we meet all those guys that we talk throughout the year, and now we have a chance to sit down, to have a beer.
Então, dados os devidos agradecimentos, vocês falaram no ano passado que o painel de chamados ia melhorar, iam mudar.
You told us that the call board, the switchboard would improve. But that's quite outdated. It's a very outdated interface, isn't it? You are not even able to add an image in evidence. Are you prospecting anything already? A new panel, a new board has been presented. How are you doing with that? Moreiras, would you like to answer? Well, things are not going as fast as we would like, but our idea is to hire a system for tickets, a private call center ticket. We have contacted some, but we are about to decide who we are going to hire. But this ticket system does not come together with the portal. You have the portal, then the ticket system, they are separate stuff. Yes, probably, but they are going to be done together. Those of us that work with 50 and 60 networks, if we need something more urgent, by the telephone, that's impossible. I can never be answered in case of emergency. I understand that there is no LSA, but what is the reason why? Is there any other reason for that? You mean troubleshooting or calls during an activation? What are you talking about? Problems.
Comercial.
Business hours. Now they are doing that via conference. If you have to talk to someone to see that VLAN, You are not able, generally, you cannot be answered by phone, or you cannot talk to the right person. What's that? I select and nothing else happens. No human beings talk back to you. Yes, rarely I was able to be answered back.
E assim, eu entendo que talvez seja problema, mas só como uma sugestão, eu sou completamente contra você dar
I am totally against, if you give a number for an analyst to answer, to be close to anyone that is the trainee, that is just there, closer to the analyst to solve the problem. Yeah, that has to be improved somehow. I agree. I believe that with this new system, not only for tickets, but also for interactions, we'll be able to improve a great deal. We're going to have a possibility to interact via email or other ways to communicate and to allow a quicker evolution. But let's avoid WhatsApp, please. I don't know. I don't know exactly when, but we are going to do it.
Não, acho que vocês estão me ouvindo que eu estou me ouvindo.
Não, eu te escuto.
Tá,
eu te escuto.
Tá ok. A ideia é ter novas metodologias.
The idea is to work on new methodologies, email interaction. This is a huge complaint by external users. You keep talking about the new panel. I loved that. And Moreiras has mentioned the new functionalities. When will that be available to our users? Yes, there is an open mic and, it's interfering a lot.
Oi. Voltou.
Bom, vamos lá, continua, Coraz, dá pra gente ouvir.
O painel aí, que eu achei legal e vi que tem muita funcionalidade. Se tem alguma previsão de quando vai ser disponibilizado para o usuário?
When will that be available?
Olha, Coraza, vou fazer educated guess aqui.
I will do an educated guess here. Before we make this call available, we have some internal database that we have to do. I believe that we are talking about May or June.
Eu queria só entender. Eu não sei se
Something else that I would like to know. Anytime that I create a new call for an activation, I write down MAC address, the door, etc. And with the lateral VLAN, I write down directly in the form. Once the analyst gets my call, the first question he asks me is, what is the MAC address? Why do I have to give that information once again? And that is quite recurrent. They keep asking that. Sometimes they ask twice, 3 times. Is that a way to avoid error? We may think that over, and we are considering all that processes because there are much information that in some calls we should have it, and we end up asking all over again.
operacional no sentido de
And we
na
see
hora
many
que
operational mistakes depending on the equipment, the piece of equipment. If people want aggregation, a vertical port, or if they're creating any device to configure it, how does it change? It will be another one. And your MAC address that is informed is often different from the MAC address that is initially informed. So you have a point. If you see this, we should ask ourselves, or to just ask when the ticket is executed rather than, ask for the same information twice. Well, if you're connecting to an IX, you should know that a Mac will change this, right? A MacBook. I think we should be asking this during the ticket or when you're calling it. If it doesn't work, check your side because the IX side is okay. If the information is the wrong Mac, well, it's your problem, right? That's my view. I'm more of a kind of picky, really. Thank you, that's the word. And two very fast, one to Salvador and Monte Milton. Salvador, period, when? We have 100 giga bit. We have 400 giga as well. 400 gigabit, when? Right. We'll also be asking you about bid. And the last one, the most controversial to Milton, a particular data center that charged by port capacity and wanted to take advantage to the detriment of its own X, it started to go back and be less abusive than before. So did you do anything to make it happen? Did you influence this, or they just realized they were not doing the right thing? I could tell you that on our part, we've been doing what we've always done. We want to give people leeway to practice their policies, to deploy their policies and prices the way they want. But what I see is that, well, it ended up happening. And this was what I was expecting because every market has competition. So with other competitors, this sort of thing happens, right? Like with the price of transit or traffic band has been decreasing year over year. This is the tendency when you have competition. Otherwise, people just don't change. What we have done in IX, we're accepting new participants as long as you follow the same rules. And these new participants, they're well, when you have new participants, this kind of thing, this sort of thing ends up happening. Thank you so much. Thank you for everything, and congrats again on such great work. Thank you. Hello, I'm Yubi. This year, I've traveled around Brazil a lot, and I visited many providers. I hardly ever visited one that didn't have. Can you hear me? Yeah? Right? Is it okay? Can I speak? So I've been around Brazil, and I've seen providers in the most remote towns. Say, look, this port, look, this fiber. This is my transportation with the São Paulo IX. It's fine. It's good that it means you're successful, but I'm concerned that about your local IX. Where is it? And it hardly ever I hardly ever get any positive response. So the Brazilian internet, as you have traffic, tracking traffic, it's like a startupology, focusing or centered in São Paulo. I was in Londrina, the city of Londrina. Everyone had their IP route. There was a lot of traffic in Londrina, in the state of Paraná, that would come to São Paulo and come back, but I can exchange traffic locally in the city of Londrina in the mid-2000s. When we asked for an autonomous system, if you didn't have the order there, people would say, why did you ask this? We're here together. Let's start working together. So what do you think about this star topology that the São Paulo IX has, as it's so successful on the net? And how can we also encourage connection, regional connections for those that are out of São Paulo, that are connecting to São Paulo otherwise with soft power? How can you encourage this like we did in the beginning? So thank you again. I can answer this. Historically, well, this has always been a concern we've had, especially because São Paulo and Rio stood out at the beginning, and they kind of took the forefront, and São Paulo took off, right? It's become what it is today. So the São Paulo traffic, it reached almost 90% of the traffic that's exchanged throughout Brazil. And we saw in Fortaleza, for instance, we had the traffic exchange numbers, and we even created a panel in 2010, and we invited submarine cable companies saying, why don't you exchange traffic in Brazil? They were exchanging traffic in Miami. And one of the points was, you're already in the city of Fortaleza. Why don't you do this in Fortaleza? It's so simple. And then what they said was, in Fortaleza, we do not open this. This, for us, it was a surprise. So we started working on this issue, started talking to the government of Ceará, the state of Ceará, and the northeastern region as a whole. So we wanted the traffic that they bought there should come from someone who was there open to that submarine cable. So we try to apply some pressure. And this type of situation changed. We saw it in geographical information showing this in 2011. So things started to change, and the city of Fortaleza started growing. It became a little more attractive and increasingly more attractive. We've always been concerned about decentralizing traffic in Brazil. Then there was, I don't know if you know about this, but historically, I mean, it's the story of caches. This was a way of attracting participants from different parts of Brazil. And we asked for your help in that autonomous systems should offer, if you got a cache, you should offer the cache of that particular location, of that particular site. And some of you did this. And some of you even used our name to get that cache. So you need some cards saying, look, traffic up to this amount, it will be open for the traffic at that site. And they got a cache just to find that minimum band width that they didn't have. When they reached it, they would remove the traffic from that site, from that location. So we thought we need to take over. That's what we thought about BCDN. That's an old story. The idea is really to fill this gap. For us, content is important, and we need to attract providers and make things grow, like with local content and the government and other services. And this concern, we've had it for a long time. And obesity is an answer to this, right? Now, on the other hand, we also need your help. And for me, I don't know if you agree, but this idea of having cache in your network, it has worked. But in the long run, for me, it's not feasible. What we see some CDNs now that are having over 1,000, 1,400 servers in their, with that provider. So many of these CDNs are on the same site, and on this site you have also traffic exchange. So you're reducing your latency, but the structure is not well organized. So for us, OBCD helps us organize it. And you need to help us by participating in the OBCD, because then you will know where content is geographically speaking. If you have it in your network, autonomous network, you'll know. And how about the others? Do users know where it is? This is something we need to think over. In terms of maintenance for CDNs, the fewer CDNs, the better, right? For them to manage. So we need to rethink this model. We need to think it over to make all, other locations, other sites feasible. And as soon as we remove traffic from São Paulo, those 90% is now 66. São Paulo now represents 66% of the traffic that is exchanged in Brazil. In other words, we've been reducing it already. But this is the type of action we are betting on. Julio, I just like to add one thing. What I see, there's this need, of course, connection outside São Paulo. This won't change. We have content in Brazil that is only in São Paulo's IX or in Rio's IX. The part about cloud and games. So there's an interest that's very high in this, right? It's interesting to see that you have local connection to access OpenCDN content and also for traffic exchange in the region. So this is about hierarchy, I think. Streaming, for instance, for large volumes, it needs to be open. Just take content that is far away. So it's worth, Moreiras, maybe you could talk about the part about the initiatives we have taken in these regions to encourage connectivity on the local level. Yeah, I'd like to add that first about OpenCDN. I was talking to the guys from one CDN, and they had similar arguments, similar to Milton's arguments about the advantage of having cache structures that would be larger in fewer places, as it would be easier to maintain and manage them. And they said it's not only that. Cache performance is also exponential. It's not linear. So the more users use the same cache, the better performance that cache will have. This is what you can expect. So again, we believe that the idea of having caches scattered in DDTs, in addition to encouraging the CDNs with words, have OpenCDN that reduces cost, making sure it happens for everyone. In addition, I'd like to call your attention to the initiatives we have in capacity building, training, or the IX regional forums, and good practices, best practices for the regions and cities where you have BTs in many regions. Like we presented this morning, next year we will hold a conference in Cascavel or in Goiânia or in Espírito Santo or in Maceió, and another one in Manaus. And none of these regions are São Paulo or Rio. Have also an IX forum in Fortaleza, an IX forum that's regional then. And we want it to be second edition of this forum. The idea is again to encourage other places, other sites, right? To do this. And we've given ideas, and some of them have adopted it on their own initiative, they're also offering packages to their clients, right? So you have a client that requests a particular connection to São Paulo. Everything is here. Okay, I can sell that São Paulo connection, but then on the same port, I can offer the PTT of Fortaleza or Belo Horizonte or Maceió. So you see many companies starting to offer such products. And this has been well accepted by clients. And this is the trend that Julio follows, this trend that Julio mentioned. From a technical perspective, this might make sense, right? You have this hierarchy there in the local PTT, but it might never reach, the same size as São Paulo, of course. It might be larger than it is today. But then having São Paulo, Fortaleza, Rio de Janeiro, Porto Alegre, maybe others, they might also have larger PTTs with a larger area nationally or regionally. We also have PTTs with smaller areas of influence. We're expecting caches with higher volumes to be there installed and ready. That's what we've been doing. Now, if you ask your user when they come to São Paulo, you might ask, are you also in the PTT of your city? What are your connection difficulties? It looks like a good suggestion when you consider what Rodrigo said this morning. One of the things we want in our activation process is to provide support that is closer to users, and we might even ask them and have this type of conversation with them, and that we understand what our difficulty is. In the conversations we have today, what we hear is that it's very expensive to connect in the regional PPT. We have a very high demand to get to São Paulo and Rio and Porto Alegre. And we see providers with networks with very well-designed shelf products for these places, and they can then charge a very low price. And when you go to the countryside, the state interior of the state of Minas Gerais, it's much more expensive than those that come to São Paulo. So they might say, let's go to São Paulo, it's cheaper, you have a wider offer, better choices. And we're trying to raise awareness of these providers that are thinking about money alone. We're trying to make PTT more attractive, and we've also tried to encourage companies that offer regional connectivity, stimulating, encouraging them to offer more interesting products from a financial perspective, or product bundles that better meet this need of the ISP to get to regional PTTs in São Paulo, Fortaleza, or Rio de Janeiro. Now, if there's any suggestions, any other suggestions on how to further encourage them, as Milton said, we're totally interested, right? Julio has the hard task of managing all the technical part, and Fabio in charge of the São Paulo network. We're not interested in seeing São Paulo grow exponentially and the other PTTs to grow much less. Only it's to the contrary. On the contrary, we want everyone to grow, including São Paulo, of course, but we want this to be slower, right? We want São Paulo to grow less than the others. I'd like to add something. We should remember that. Okay, in São Paulo we have over 2,500 connections. Over 2,000 are through 6. So we have an operator already in the middle. So this company that does the 6, they should be helping us promote this process that Moreiras mentioned. Can you be a bit faster? We have a whole line of people. Let's be brief, both in your question and your answers, okay? Questions. Fernando Frediani. It's my first time here. It's a joke. I've been here for 9 years in Infrastructure Weeks. It's so great to be with you again and spend some time with you. It's really nice. Now, at the beginning, I wanted to check if you've changed your agenda. I talked to Carranza, but no, it was all right. It was just like that. So what I wanted to say, it's about regional access. I spent a lot of time looking at this, studying this. It's not that recent, but more recently, I try to tell anyone about the importance of connecting regionally, even if they don't have content. And one suggestion I could give you, you could have someone that is dedicated, at least partially, some sort of business development, someone that is dedicated to looking at all regional I-axis. You want networks exist that are not in the regional I-axis. So many cases with networks that are getting ahead of the PICs, and people, they didn't notice that they could be connected to that regional I-axis, or they're the same data center where the PICs is. And even if you have someone who's not that commercial, IXBR is not a commercial organization, but if you have someone there that can talk to all the providers there, I've done this too. Sometimes you have it going there, just get, you just put it there, and then you're making demands like, now that you're connecting, what do you need? How can we help you connect to that regional IX, and that PIX might have a trend like we saw recently. I was looking at many regional IXs where we could connect to, where we are not there, where we're not there yet, and I found a little limitation in one of the regional PIXs, and I wanted to find out what limitation that was. I tried to talk to the person that was in charge of that PIX for them to return what needed returning. So when you look at this, you could communicate with everyone, those that are maintaining that local PIX or those that are potentially connecting to it, making that system grow. And also connect them physically. You have a network, but they're not connecting, and then at a later stage, having more and more PIX for these regional any comments, Julio? Well, unfortunately, we need to make some time to look at this more carefully, okay? It's a good idea. It's a great idea. When we then set up regional access, we should, look at this more carefully. Yeah, you should have a person, not full-time, but someone that can focus on this, that calls people, telling them, look, how can I help you? Maybe talk about limitations, even if it's partial. You could do some volunteer work. Okay, I can do that. I already do it, All right, thank you. All right, everyone, I'm Andre. I work for Sage Networks. I have a request to make, in fact, and it's for Cetro. And this is about Looking Glass and the Alice project. We've exchanged a lot of information in our groups. That doesn't seem to be just a difficulty that I have. I sometimes feel a little stupid when I go there and I can't see what I need to see, as I don't have all the knowledge that is required. I end up not using the information because I can't, I suspect it's really what it is. Maybe a route that is no longer there, whether it's a historical route, and I think many people prefer LG or the PTT rather than Alice's. project. What I'd like to ask you is, this would be really good if you have some educational material. I know that you always do this, right? That could be recorded maybe and may be made available on Nick's YouTube channel to tell us, teach us how to use that tool correctly. As we've been through the quarantine and you have the connection in IX, you need to send all the routes to Looking Glass. All the other presentations we've had today throughout this conference, there was one on Looking Glass, and at least Bertoldo's presentation was about troubleshooting, saying that it's really helpful. It's really important for troubleshooting purposes. It really speeds things up. We can collect evidence. This project, it may be already out there. It's a way of seeing the entire routes of a participant that don't have don't have Looking Glass, but that can route to IX's Looking Glass, and this is something that not everyone might be aware of. That's a great place to make that analysis. So this is a request. If we were to make a list of requests, I think many people would agree with me. So I felt even better, less stupid. I was not the only one that couldn't analyze this. I know that you might have the documentation, but this is something that I believe is missing: use instructions. Rera? That's a great suggestion. Just like to clarify that Alice is a route server vision. It's not, you don't send your routing table to Looking Glass or anything like that. The routing table in São Paulo, it's being collected by a measure team called Sarah, right? And we don't have a public interface for it. So this has both current and historical information. And the idea is to have a public interface, but it's still under development. So I believe, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Rodrigo, but I don't think it's mandatory in São Paulo, is it? I mean, during the quarantine? No, I think so. It's not, it won't turn green if you... Okay. At least visually, it seems as though the person had failed. It doesn't turn green. That's right. That's good enough, right? But again, you're really encouraging people to do it. Like with Sarah. Right, okay. The suggestion of, preparing some materials, creating a course and some capacity building weeks about Alice, and also providing information about our own Alice installation, where we have caches, how many minutes ago that route that is being shown was, that might be really useful, right? Okay. We also have our Looking Glass, but Alice's vision comes from the route server directly. You have Bird Watcher that's running a bird and seeing what the route server sees. And there are things you don't see anyplace else. So participants can go there to get into Alice and see why a route that they send is not being accepted, because they're not, or why they're not getting a particular route because another participant put something else, did something else. Okay, all the information is shown on Alice, and that might not be that clear through, in Looking Glass. That's like the view of a participant that's connected to the route server. It's a slightly different view, but yes, a troubleshooting course and a course explaining about these differences, topology and information differences. Okay, let's get this done. Sarah is like a route views in the future. Exactly. All right, thank you. Hello, let me get my notes. I took some notes. Oh my God. It's a joke. Not so many. No, you can't fool us. Well, what Junior said, you do the recheck, you change that. Okay, right, very good. You did a great job. That's like as good as always. Now, there are some things I'd like to say, and please make your comments if you want. I have one at the very end, that's the creme de la creme. You removed omnibox of Alice's research, right, of the routes, the graphic interface. I don't know why. I'm a very frequent Alice user, and sometimes it kind of coughs, right, with a red light in the corner. Another topic is black hole. So thank you so much. It worked. So I got the jersey, but it's not really a black hole, it's a sick hole. In other words, it depends, at this point at least, it depends on the acceptance. I mean, the participant needs to accept the route, and then you have to filter it through the Mac computer, and then you get another topic. Filtering this, inserting these routes dynamically in Mac hole at the entry, at the entrance of the port through postback, like MS6, and so on and so forth. So that's a request. And it has to do with the V4 and V6. You have many rules, twice as many rules. So when these LANs are together expecting this is why I thank you again to have a single hazelnut. And how with a fixed Mac? I don't remember exactly the name. 2 or 3 axes that use Mac that was imposed. In other words, they're not changing Macs, right? It's IX that says use this Mac, clone it to your router, and that's it. And why am I saying this? What you did in the past, you were really picky, and I mean NIC.br, like the unequivocal association of iBase and ISN, that's really good. Now, the pickiness during the quarantines, it worked. So please be bigger and bigger. Or stricter and stricter. If you need help to do this, be my guest. That's one thing. Then there are other things. Now, what I really like to ask is for King Jong-un stop censoring the block status of IX. It doesn't work. I mean, it serves no purpose the way it is. I mean, I'm expecting to have more interactions in the portal. We know this is public information. Of course, it might be painful to publish it, but you need to interact. Like during this afternoon, Gmail went down. It's on its status on their dashboard. You see that Gmail went down. And that was automatic, right? I was one of the ones that saw this, right? It was reported there. So just removing that censorship there and do things automatically, that's something that I really need to ask you. We don't want to bother you, right? We don't to be opening tickets. We want to interact as little as possible with you in this respect, right? So we need a special attention, and also learn about the details. Oh, this participant's ping is not active, then that just those that are logged in can see things. So it should be more restricted. That's one very clear request. So thank you again. That's it. Thank you, Douglas. Moreras, Julio. Right, please. So first, I'd like to answer the previous question. Alish's cache updates every 5 to 15 minutes. As for Home's search, we removed it for a question of performance, the way it generated cache in the queries. It was not helping. We're trying to solve this. We're just expecting this when we change Bird's version, Bird's current version. It has a component that needs to run in it that's Bird Watcher. It consults or checks the entire Bird's console, which was not designed to be consulted continuously to provide that looking glass information. It's just providing information quickly about, for example, providing information about the router. Now, the new Bird version, they're building an API with the goal, the purpose of providing information. And Alice's developers will then integrate Alice with this Bird's API, so things will be much more secure. We can run our Bird in such a way, or run Alice without affecting Bird's performance in its major purpose as a route server. So, and then we were expecting to enable general consultation on the homepage, but that will probably take a while before we change the route server. Thank you so much. It reminds me of two things. First, thank you for removing the 4 route servers. I don't remember if we mentioned this last year. So thank you. That was so good. And that leads me to another question. The Bird's versions that are running, they're usually 2.11, and the São Paulo is 2.08 with multi-bird, and then the stable version is what, 2.14. Are you expecting this to be updated? We have cache optimizations. So even before, I mean, you were expecting to have number 3, right? Version 3, but for multi-threading, but before that, you have other things that could be worked. I know you've worked really hard to have automation and the deploys, it was ants work. So maybe a new deploy, a more current version, a Bird, if it's not there, can you put it there in your loop? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Douglas. One point about the current Bird's version. We're really conservative when it comes to these changes. There were some new Bird's versions that had problems. So if we had migrated it, we would have had problems. So that's why we wait a little, sometimes a little longer, until things are corrected. Some Birds that we asked them to correct, some Bird versions, that was what, 14, right? And they'll be launching this. But we want to make sure it's really stable without problems. In 12 and 13, we had problems. And if we hadn't done that, you would be complaining. Okay. Now, Julio, do you want to discuss what Richard mentioned, the status? There's no censorship. That's first off, no censorship. Now, for those that are in the operation, please tell us, we detected network instability, we detected a fiber problem. Tell us this as soon as possible. So we found that we're having a problem. This is something that we cannot do. Sometimes it takes too long for us to find the problem and also provide a solution. But my mantra is, please update your block status. Now, another point that I think you should pay attention to is that when CMET SB has a module, they're testing, the availability of IX. So when it fails, it doesn't mean that X failed. It means that the communication where you have CMET XP up to IX, it means you have a problem in that section. That's an additional item to be able you can use to make your analysis, right? Yes, please. Our final question, Andre Dias, as a networks, I would like to stress that I would like to congratulate you on doing such a great work. Now, on Alice, I'd like to be really honest now. I'm not even sure that this is possible. I have a suggestion using BMP for Looking Glass. Isn't that something to consider? I don't know whether it's possible or not, but that's a suggestion. Now, another thing, and then when people prefer IX São Paulo, they prefer that to a regional IX. Maybe you might reinforce this in the BCops. You use IVI. So Peanut Lab, it might support and you might add latency to the circuit you communicate in. So that might be interesting to have this, to show this to your students, right? Especially game players, gamers, they won't be happy if their latency increases 10 seconds or even. So this is, that might be a good idea. Right, that was it. And thank you on doing such a great job. As for BMP, we talked to Bird's team 3 weeks ago. That's a preliminary version. They want to use it, but they don't know whether they will have a good performance level and how it will evolve. But this is something they're already working on. We don't know whether it will be produced, but it's already it's something they're working on. Now, Tiago, let's go to our beer. Good evening, everyone, and congratulations again on such a great conference. I told my colleagues that this is the best, most awaited conferences. You know, seeing your friends and also the presentations, they're both wonderful. This was kind of fast, really. So your initiatives about CDN and decentralization, it reminded me of a recent case in Salvador. So there was a government agency that was launching a tender, technical features, and you needed to be connected to IX. So this tender, they wanted me to help revise it, and I said, well, at least put it at least in Salvador, and it really worked. So those that were not connected in Salvador, were in São Paulo, they didn't win. So I hope next time they're connected to Salvador and they can really win. But I think it's IX has its role, of course, but companies, both public and private companies, can help, or state-owned companies and private companies can help. Moreiras, there was one question here, and that's for you. That's a question by Klaus at BR Digital. They said, have you dyed your hair red? No, it's light brown. It's not red. All right. Thank you. Right. Thank you so much. I'd like to ask Milton to close, but before that, I'd like to highlight our sponsors. Hello. All right, everyone. So in conclusion, I'd like to thank our sponsors, Platinum Plus, Tina Vital Select, the Golden, WC Tech Networks, NDT, Alleged Digital Flex Office, H Capture, Equities, Silver, sponsored Accenture, Nokia, PR Digital, IPS Global, Group, Sienna Netflix, OpenX, Pure Month, Simborn, Abranet, and Logicais. All right. Thank you so much, everyone. Without you, this wouldn't have been possible. Now, one more thing before I close it tomorrow we won't need the headphones. So can you please return the phones if if you've taken them? Please return your headphones and radio receivers. Milton, you have the floor. This is the end of our IX forum. Thank you so much for participating, and the sponsors. Thank you. I have some final announcements. You should answer the evaluation that you will get, the survey you will get by email. We need to know how you, how much you enjoyed this conference, and also to make suggestions to help us improve our conference. In addition, I have an announcement to make, another announcement. I'm closing uh, our agenda. Okay, but we'll have a happy hour, a beer party, if you will. São Paulo has a huge traffic problem. Let's enjoy ourselves, at least until 8 p.m. So that will make our lives so much easier and will contribute to decreasing traffic in São Paulo, in the city of São Paulo. One more thing, we'll have the Fortaleza IX Forum. I don't know if you've noticed, this year we have the IX Forum in Fortaleza. We'll repeat it next year. So we'll be holding the IX Forum both in São Paulo. That's a major IX Forum, and they don't have an IX Forum in Fortaleza. That will be April 16th and 17th. April 16th, it's the party, and on the 17th, we will have our conference. Every IX Forum, we want to have our beer party. We started with beer, and we will continue providing beer. The idea is for people to, socialize. So please participate. Now, our next event, IX Forum in São Paulo, we're planning to hold it on December 9th. It's not 100% confirmed because our events team is trying to find a venue. This particular place that we wanted to have it, we had a problem. They don't have all the weeks, all the days we wanted it for, so we won't be able to hold it in this particular venue. So we are looking for another, other places before we close. So on December 9th, last year, I think he meant next year. I'd also like to thank everyone. Let's now enjoy the end of our day with more socializing, and let's just enjoy ourselves. And then tomorrow we have IPv6. Don't forget about IPv6. Moreira's prepared lots of new things and novelties, and there will be awards. Would you like to say anything, Moreira's, about tomorrow? No? Let them come. So please come tomorrow, right? Thank you so much.